right. Get the music going here. Three hours. I want my tacos. What's up, Einstein? Guys, are you ready for the POE1 announcement?
Do you think you're savage enough to face the land of the dead, Timon?
POE1 is big good. What do I anticipate for the POE1 announcement? I'm gonna be pretty honest. I'm expecting it to be pretty epic, actually. Maybe I shouldn't, but I'm getting my hopes up, I guess. But I think we're gonna have a great league. I hope we're gonna get some new skills. They said we're getting mega campaign changes, quality of life. But of course, the most important thing is what happens in the end game, right? This is an excellent... Oh, I don't have Awakened PoE trade on. Let's go over here, and I also don't have my regular expression ready. Let's see if I, while I'm walking on my other monitor, can I successfully open my planner? Nice, I have it open. How many times am I gonna miss Hillock? Oh my god! What's my chance to hit? Like a 1 out of 1,000? Another miss? Oh my god, I have 3 iron rings. I've never seen this before. 3 iron rings? You guys ever seen 3 iron rings at the start? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Stay sharp out there.
I am surrounded by living corpses, dying Moriathans.
Okay. We ball. Oh no, you have to leave this stream? What happened? Oh yeah, if you don't like the music, I would either watch on YouTube where there's no music, or yeah, leave. A 4th iron ring? 4 iron rings? I've never even seen 3. I got 4.
Come here, quickly.
All right. Let me guess, you also don't like John Mayer? Yeah, that'll be the $1 million question on a lot of people's minds. Will they fix ground loot? Because the loot that you currently get off of the ground is big bad. Toys, I saw you subbed for 5 years earlier at T3. Thank you, my dude. What a guy. This guy, man. That was offline on purpose, so you wouldn't get a shout out? Well, that doesn't seem fair.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Got a job. Still alive.
I mean, I don't even have a pair of boots. Let's take this, I guess. Oh, oh, this run is completely ruined. Because I'm not level 4, I don't even have an attack. Oh, okay. Well, that's completely lost. That's completely lost. Okay. I never would imagine I would have been that low of a level, but here we are. I didn't even have enough. I didn't. I threw away my. I threw away my only attack. What are we working on today? We're just practicing leveling up with our leveling guide that we made for people. Was it easy getting out of bed today? Well, one way that I could tell, so I was very sore when I woke up today. Another thing that I could tell that I kicked my ass yesterday at the gym is because I went to sleep probably 5 hours earlier than I normally do. I went to sleep at a human level, or at a human time, I mean. Because I was so tired.
Farewell.
Farewell.
I was so tired that it forced me to go to bed at a human hour.
The dead should remember their place.
For some reason, you can't get past Act 1 in this game. Well, I'm making my first ever build guide for you in this game, and in the guide, I have literally spelled everything out for you. And I'm also going to upload myself beating Act 1 with commentary telling you exactly what I'm doing. And I'm also doing it right now. I mean, you're watching me do it right now. Okay, we got 0. We got 0. Iron rings this time.
Lionize what?
I'm gonna keep that for now. I mean, these will give me pretty damn good sockets.
Take care.
All right. Here we go.
I am surrounded by living corpses, dying Moriarthans.
Okay. So here we go. Now we're ready for action. Is Callie okay? Yeah, she's totally fine. She's good. Callie is very old, though. Callie is 13. She is very old. She is, quite unfortunately, at the end of her life. But at the same time, she's fine.
Come here, quickly.
Act 3 takes 57 years to complete. Yeah, I did a run yesterday and we had Act 3 beat with the lab done in an hour 25. So it was an hour 25 there. Act 3 is kind of tough. Oh, you're talking POE2. Oh. Yeah, with the Viper and all that stuff. Okay, by the way, we have the same problem as always. We're an extremely, extremely low level. Level 3. Level 3 at only 29% is very rough. So I would like to see... I would love to hit 4 by the time I leave here. Why did this guy run 1,000 miles away from me?
I'd almost...
Holy Flame Totem and Blood and Sand, and then I think I will check out this.
God hasn't abandoned us.
So if we don't have... If we don't have a good... shield to buy here. Oh, we do. Okay, this is excellent. Okay, that's all the money that I have. So what I need to do here, so this is kind of bad. We're an extremely low level. I've got to get to 5, actually. Oh, but this giant blue pack is exactly what the doctor ordered. Those guys take forever to kill. So we're just going to go ahead and skip those guys. Man, dude, this is brutal. Going so slow because we're such a low level. There we go. Now I can actually play the game. Okay. Okay. Now we should be fairly strong here. Take the chest. By the way, guys, I did something pretty interesting yesterday in WoW. We were going through and doing Naxxramas again. Naxxramas is the final and hardest dungeon of the original game. TBC just came out, but we went back with level 70s for fun. But we only had like 25 players. We couldn't fill the raid. Anyway, we cleared it, and I actually set the highest damage done record for every single boss. 14 of 14. I got a 100 parse on every single boss. So we have the record on every single boss. That's pretty cool. Yeah, but am I going to play the hardcore setup? Oh, I'm strongly thinking about it. Oh, I'm strongly thinking about it. They nerfed it in Classic. Well, usually every single raid at some point gets some kind of nerf, right? Or do you mean the hardcore setup? That's because I'm in TBC gear. No, Riku. I think you misunderstand. The parses are against people post TBC. The parses are not me against the classic level 60 players. The parses are against level 70 players. I beat all the level 70s, not the 60s. If I beat the 60s, no one would get... It doesn't matter at all. It's in this patch. What class and spec do I play? My current character is Elemental Shaman. There were about 500 parses. I got first place out of 500 Elemental Shamans. You miss WoW sometimes. The new expansion comes out in a few days. I haven't played retail WoW in 15 years, since Wrath of the Lich King. Beep, 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 beep. By the way, I can buy Frostblink now.
What little help? We well.
So we're not particularly high level at the moment. What we would like to do, we would like to be at least 9 by the time that we hit we'd like to be at least 9 by the time we get 2. There was a blue over there that I saw. We will be able to hit 9, I think, going this way. Orb of Chance, take that. I keep getting stunned. Alright, so we're level 9.
Your brawn is about to meet its match.
Contempt? It is Contempt, we're doing it. So Contempt is the best, 39 life on this chess piece, and it's the same chess piece as mine. I just gained 39 life for nothing. Well, my damage is not impressive, but it's very easy to beat this guy at least.
Your spirit.
What little help?
That's too bad that because that thing rolled because that thing rolled so well, I actually can't even use it. Looking for red.
Farewell.
Yeah, we're making a slammer, guys. Exactly. We are making a slammer. Take that transmute, by the way. So the goal here is to get to level 13. We see a blue, we kill a blue. Yeah, I thought I saw a blue over here. We see a blue, we kill a blue. We're doing very good on our XP here now.
Nina Cora, mother of the dead. Is this your land I walk upon?
I was checking to see if it was contempt again. Once again, we are trying to get to level 13 because at 13 we can use a wood splitter. And wood splitters are mucho el goodo. If you don't speak Spanish, mucho el goodo means very good. Okay, so we're just chilling. This does not look right. Let's try it this way. Okay, let's see if we can do the trick. Nice, did it. Okay. Don't need this anymore. We can sell this. Okay. May I move? Hello? All right, so here we go. We're gonna sell this, this. That as well. We need intimidating cry. Oh, I messed up horribly. Oh, I did this completely incorrectly. I don't have the waypoint that runs over. Okay, I do have that waypoint. Wait, I didn't. Okay, I did the whole thing incorrectly. But actually, this is strangely probably going to work out fine. I'm going to lose a little bit of time here. Oh, this is over. Yeah, now we're going to lose a shitload of time. The exit is actually this way. Take that portal scroll. So now what we have to do is we have to hit 13, which should happen naturally. If we just play normally, we should hit 13 easily. But we messed up pretty badly there. We definitely lost at least 30 seconds for absolutely no reason. Just because I wasn't paying attention. Another motherfucking dead end? Another one? Take me now, Jesus. Is this another dead end? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Nice. Ambushed at the door. I love that. Can't wait till this breach stuff is gone. Sunder already bought Intimidating Cry, so this is out. Let's put Sunder here. And then we're gonna go Leap Slam here. We should probably buy another faster attacks for it. And then all of this is gone. And we gotta hope for a Wood Splitter, which she is not selling. So at this point we would gamble for an axe. That's a terrible axe. That's might be the best axe I've ever seen in my life. And I can even put my Leap Slam in it. So that's probably the greatest one that's ever been looted in the history of the game. So that's good. We just got the best item ever. And I didn't even have to use my essences. Let's see if we can find a 3 red before we leave. Nope. Okay, so no 3 red for me. Could probably gamble one. This item is so good, I'm just gonna straight up whetstone it. Alright, I have enough damage to beat Path of Exile 3 right now. Or at least I should. Then Blood and Sand goes here. Okay, so now we should be actually Satan. We should be Satan now. Especially if we put in our passive points. I got no clue which way to go. Let's try this way. I guess the only issue that we currently have is we're missing our 3rd link. But my guys should be in super good shape here. Yeah, it's no chance at all.
Your curse is over, Siren.
Okay, 29 minutes is a horrible time. But my guy is extremely powerful going into Act 2. So we should be able to make up a shitload of time. Yeah, my guy is Satan at the moment. Don't look at any of the gear, just sell it, it doesn't matter. Let's keep moving. Have I ever considered exaggerating? No, I would never do that. Okay. Yeah, I knew it. The second we got that weapon, I knew it was over. I knew it was over. I was like, okay.
Eternal Empire is built by Sith blood.
Okay. God, I can't wait till these breach things are gone. Okay, well, we eliminated one direction already.
Cannot do this yet.
Okay, this is a dead end. We don't want to go that way. We get a huge survivability boost if we click that. So let's do that. Pop. We see a blue, we kill a blue. I'll take the AUG and the blue. So that looks like the incorrect way. Take a ruby ring. That would be much better than an iron ring. Okay, let's see how this fight goes. I have a feeling I'm gonna win instantly, but let's see. Shout and bam, gone. That's what I thought. Superior Grand Flask. Let's grab everything and leave. Herald of Ass. Sell. Can't even wear it. That's unlikely to be better than mine. So let's put in Herald of Ass. And can I buy Herald of Purity? Costs an alt. I hate life. I still need an amulet. Yeah, you're right. We need a jade. We don't just need any amulet. We need a jade amulet. We need a jade amulet. We see a blue, we kill a blue. I only have 2 scrolls of wisdom. That's not very good. Hey, Rage, how are ya? Hi, Aaron. You're excited? Me too. God, I love POE1. It's gonna be good. Oh, I see a blue, I kill a blue. I see a blue, I kill a blue. Hopefully that killed him. We're gonna double check right now. One of them lived, now he's dead. Okay. Now we gotta find the exit. No clue where it is. I see a blue, I kill a blue. All right. Well, like usual, no clue where to go. We just jump around randomly. I see a blue, I kill a blue. Looks like we went the right way here. I see a blue, I kill a blue. I also killed the elite. 40 life on these gloves? Are you fisting me right now? Actually, let's... Is there an identifier around here? We need to get a... Who identifies stuff? You. Now that we have identified it all, I guess let's put this on. It's free resistances that I don't have. Now that I've done that, now can I buy Herald of Purity? Yes. So now I have Herald of Purity right there. Learn this. Boom. Alright. So let's put Ass here, Purity here, on. Let's get rid of it here. Next thing I need to buy is Blood Rage. Should have already bought it when I was there. Oh, look how many monsters are over here, though. These guys think I'm gonna let them live. They're crazy. I see a blue. I one-shot a blue. Okay. I'm just insanely strong here. Let's not do too much thinking here. Let's get rid of all of it. Okay, let's go. Nice. Now I can't miss. I can't miss. So now we just follow the road. Now we just follow the road. Take the waypoint. Jade Amulet, that's exactly what I needed for Blood Rage. Wrong way. This way. Okay, now we gotta find Oak. This is the new build. Yeah, it's not... I gotta be very careful about the words. Lots of people have made slammers, so in no way is this idea a new build. Every melee person ever levels as Sunder. It's just my take on the Sunder leveling build. which I haven't pulled up like Ben's planner or I'm Exile's planner, but I would guess they're very similar. I think there's some nodes that I would be shocked if anybody would not take them. I think everyone's got to take the Resolute technique where you can't miss. I think everybody's got to take the Rage nodes. I think everybody has to take the Axe nodes. I would imagine almost everybody either takes the Fortification nodes or takes the Fortification gem from the library. I imagine everybody takes the Warcry nodes to stop Warcries from exerting travel skills. So there's a lot of things there that if they don't take those, I would be shocked. But I also have a feeling I'm doing some things that other people don't do. I would bet people don't walk over to take that mana leech. Or I don't know, maybe they do, but I doubt it. I bet instead they look for a jewel and they solve it with a jewel slot, would be my guess. I didn't realize Weaver was stunned. I could have killed her there if I would have realized that. Topaz ring, much better than an iron ring. That cloth belt could be very good. $34 life, dual res, exactly like that. No, he can't read a ma. What does Rita Ma mean? I wonder why Lady Gaga didn't just sing Read My. What's Rita Ma? I don't know. He can't read a ma poker face. Rita Ma. I don't know. Haven't been able to figure it out. Is there a planner? Yes. Exclamation build or exclamation slammer. If you guys want to try it. I had a couple of people, even someone brand new, try the planner and they said it worked great for them. I think they said that they got through Act 3 already. And Act 3 is the entire thing. If you got through Act 3, it's over. You will be at full power at that point. Wool shoes, what are those? 20% movement speed? All I needed to see. Contempt, it is contempt. Let's do it. Of course, this guy's extra life, so I can't. Took 1,000 swings to kill him. Can't read ma, can't read ma, can't read a ma. I see a blue, I kill a blue. There's the Viridian Jewel right there. That's insane. Imagine if it rolls physical damage percent, Jim Bob. 15% damage with axes? Wait a minute. I'm using an axe. Could be insane early on, right? If I aug it and see what else we get on it. That's a hideout. But I saw blue, so let's kill it. Good sockets on those gloves. Oh my god, it is just a straight up dead end. I'm crying. By the way, I'm in extremely, extremely high level. I'm just straight up 2 levels higher than last time. Where in the actual F is this exit? Oh my god, look at this map. Wait, what? I uncovered the whole thing. Don't tell me. Wait, what? Is the game trying to tell me it's up this way and it didn't show me the exit by me standing right here? Okay, I actually don't... Wait, am I crazy? I uncovered the whole map. Wait. Oh. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm in the Dread Thicket. Oh, this run is lost. I thought this was the cave. It's not the cave, it's the Dread Thicket. Oh, I thought this was the cave. Oh, we just completely threw this entire run. The entire run is lost now. I just lost 2 entire minutes for nothing. Oh well. We'll just keep going, I guess. Wow. GG. I thought I was in the cave. Oh my god, dude. I had one job, don't go in the Dread Thicket. For some reason, I thought this was the cave. This is why we're going straight to hell, boys. We make mistakes like that. I see a blue, I kill a blue. I see a blue, I kill a blue. Okay, I see a blue, I kill a blue. Okay. Printing XP. May I have the exit, Grinding Gear Games? Can I get out of here, please? Thank you. Okay. Now can we get out of here, please? Well. Terrible. To say that I've failed would be the understatement of the century. To say that I failed would be the understatement of the century. Do I still not have a 3 red? Can't spell, how are ya? This stream is doing irreparable damage between Rax and the blue community? The blue community. I read that right? Blue? What? What? By the way, guys, I learned a new dad joke. This one's terrible, I'm warning you. Listen to this one. What's Mario's favorite search engine? Yahoo! It's terrible. All right. Do you have to gift you for the gift from the Grinding Gear Games stream today? Are they doing some kind of campaign? If they are, I am unaware of it. Onion rings, unbelievable. Oof. Okay, let's see how bad piety can mess me up.
Realistic, aren't you, brute?
I did find a topaz ring, so...
Pain. You even feel pain?
Piety, where are you going? What is happening? Oh, here, finally. Get me out of here. Infernal Cry is good. We can take vulnerability.
You are a welcome sight.
I need to look for... this. Okay. So this is much better. Now we're going to do way more damage. And now we're going to do even more damage. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna make an assumption which could be completely wrong. I'm gonna pray that the final clicky bob is top left. Please be top left. Please be top left. It is top left, thank God. I see a blue, I kill a blue. It's crazy how much these breach walls slow you down. What am I league starting? This slammer build. Unless we get the patch notes later and they've crucified slams. Which I do not think is impossible. What's brown and sticky? A stick? It's true. I need to be 24. Oh my god, I'm already 25? Okay, I'm way too high of a level, but I guess that's not that bad. So last time I left here at 26. But when I left at 26, I had full cleared everything. Could leave already. Although it's a much better idea. To get some XP here. Alright. Wait, what? How is that guy so strong? Let's just go. It's fine. Level 26. We go blood and sand. I need to make sure that I have my blood and sand on, by the way. Sell all of that. I forgot who I have to talk to. Start walking this way. Hi, Rune. How are ya? I heard the Impasta one before. I like that one. It's this way. So we are very far behind. Yesterday, we beat this at 125.40. So if I could even... If I could even... tie it, that would mean that our Act 3 was insane. It would have meant that we saved multiple minutes in Act 3. Because I'm already a couple minutes down. I'm almost certain. I don't know where to go. Let's try this way. Nacho cheese. God, I love nachos. Okay, Solaris level 2. So this time I remember the 1 wagon is the correct way, and the 2 wagon is a debate. Just gonna pick up that sledgehammer, but nah. I will take the Jade Amulet, of course, and that... Oh, 59 life on the Jade Amulet? That's actually an unbelievable item. That's actually crazy. The realm is restarting in 30 minutes. The realm is restarting in 30 minutes, boys. Something is happening. All right. Let us keep on going here. The realm is restarting, guys. How does my practice feel that it's going? If I would be completely honest, I actually think I'm playing better than I thought I would, to be honest with you. This is the first time ever where I've came back to a POE1 league where I haven't really played it in a while. And I would still say like I'm pretty good. Like what I mean by that is I feel like I know this game pretty well now, at least in the campaign. Like, You could blindfold me and test me on different areas in the game. And I think I have like a lot of the secrets committed to memory at this point. Like I'm not at the same level like I was for Diablo 3, but after doing the campaign, you know, 100 different times, I'm looking for one wagon, so it's this way. After doing this like 100 times, I feel like there are certain things that I've just absolutely learned and burned into my brain at this point, which really helped me. Not too many things can throw me off anymore. Like here, I know there's piety on the right. I know there's a crafting recipe right here that I've already grabbed. I know she does lightning damage, like... And I know the best way to fight her is just to pursue her. You just relentlessly pursue her and give her trouble. You just relentlessly pursue her. She can't do anything. I have learned things like just stop looking at your gear, just sell it all. I've learned that here we're going to go over here and gamble for a 4-link chess piece. In fact, let's try on a piece that's particularly bad. So let's try armor helmet. So it's not what we wanted. No, of course. There it is. So now that I have that, I know that I need to keep this, and we are going to drop Herald of Ass. So this is going to be gone. So I know at this point we're going Intimidating Cry, Auto Exert. Just, I don't know, there's just a lot of things. It doesn't look like okay, Auto Exert is right here. We're going to go Infernal and then Seismic. I don't know if I have the mana to do all of this. This is higher effective resistances, so let's just take it. You want to know what we can do, actually? Let's just do something simple. Let's make sure it's not Contempt. Anything not Contempt. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just gained 64 life on that one, and life and cold res on that one. So now I need to fix my resistances real quick. Now is time to do that. I think we need some fire. We need some cold, right? Now, how is it looking? There we go. Anything, I'm not going to trade this for a while, so what is it, cold that I need? No, fire. So now I'm resistance capped. Anything I can throw on this? Everything's fine. So with my leftover money now, what I could do is I could try to gamble for a better axe. That is better than mine already. It's also a 4-link. That's great. Now I can go here, and I need to buy Seismic Cry and Blood Rage. I don't have enough money. Can I buy Blood Rage? Nope. $28 I can put on my new axe. Actually, you want to know what I should have done if I was playing like a god? I would have went to Act Run and bought a life tap. That would have been even better. Go, dude. Go! For love of fuck. So we would grab that right there and grab this. Let's take the portal. So before I go to the lab, I'm going to life tap. My blood and sand got turned off, by the way. Okay, let's get in here. Okay. Okay. Oh, I should have went this way, actually. Actually, I don't even, hilariously, I don't even need that. My resistances are capped already, but that's fine. This is a dead end. I see a blue, I kill a blue. So this is perfect. What we're going to do here is we're going to go to Act 1. We're going to change this axe for this axe. And we're going to buy 2 life taps. 1 life tap here, 1 life tap here.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls.
How long does it take me to get to maps? My fastest campaign starting completely fresh. I should have picked up that jewel. Is 3 hours and 48 minutes is my fastest ever. But that was quite a while ago. I'd like to think I am actually faster than that now. I'm almost certain if I actually tried that we could do it faster than that. Actually surprised. Why are we doing... I have something wrong here.
You are condemned. By the goddess, what ambition
I have 2,000...
is not to be wasted.
I have 2,000 DPS. That's pretty good. I'm actually not exactly sure why he was able to take that many hits. I have all the axe nodes. I have blood and sand on. I have purity. Oh. Well, no. Do you have to drop Herald of Purity? Wait, what? I'm so confused, actually. Oh. Oh, I put it in the wrong... Oh, I see. Where is... Oh, wait. Where's Seismic Cry? Where's Seismic Cry? Didn't I buy it? I'm almost certain I bought it. Oh, I didn't have... Oh, okay. I didn't have enough currency. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I swear to God, I went to the thing to buy Seismic. Holy cow, that confused me so much. Okay, that was much better. Azara, why are you still attacking? I killed you like 20 seconds ago.
This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
This looks incorrect. Let's go the other way. This is fine.
Aspirant can afford to be promising. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all.
Okay, this guy should die very easily. Should have bought that picked up that treasure key, by the way.
Before your emperor,
Take the...
before the goddess of justice, you are
Oh, a shadow axe? Wait a minute.
our blessing. Embrace our gifts and rise ascendant. For this is the
Damn, that...
thing that we
Here we always go intimidating cry, right? Okay, ascend into a berserker, and I want the rage nodes. And out we go, and into this we go. So we don't want to go in that door, we want to go in the other door. You really want to try something new, but you're a creature of habit? The thing about the way that I feel about POE1 is the start matters a lot to have that momentum in the league. So I would say my suggestion would be if you want to do something new, why don't you start something trusty, get some currency, and then for your second character, try that with some of the extra currency that you made. So even if you're horrifically wrong, at least you're going to have way better gear than you normally would.
exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man. Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? The touch of God! Shrink not from God! This world is an illusion, Exile.
We're gonna have a massive PB here. This is great news. This Act 3 has been amazing for me. I mean, that's very good for me. So I was already 3 minutes down, and then I also saved another 3.5 minutes. So that was like a 6.5 minute PB for Act 3 for me. I cut 6.5 minutes off of my Act 3. That's insane, actually. So I did Act 3 in 32 minutes with the lab. And I made my entire character. I have multiple 4 links, and yeah, we're mega chilling here. I'm very powerful. I'm very tanky. I have capped resistances. My mana is fine, even though I don't even have the mana nodes yet. I'm just actually dominating. I have no weaknesses in my character. I have really good links. I guess the one weakness in my character right now is my armor is very bad, but that doesn't matter. One single gamble from the Act 4 vendor for a body armor would fix it instantly. So I'm 30 seconds away from solving that. Basically, this build auto casts the war cries. It auto casts the war cries, and we're going to automate all the flasks too. You will only have a single flask to press, and that's just if you want to heal yourself. Everything is going to be full auto. Yeah, the Dread Thicket thing that's just me, like, not even fucking paying attention. Like, I thought it was the cave for some reason. It kind of looks like the cave, not really, but kind of. I'm just like, this cave layout doesn't make sense here. Where are the bridges? How do I get out of here? And then it wasn't until I full cleared it I realized I'm in the Dread Thicket. Even if you don't have numpad, it's auto cast by this gem, buddy. Auto exert. It just auto casts it for you. It's got nothing to do with macros or numpad. There's a gem in the game that auto casts it for you. How much more complex is this build to something like SRS Guardian? I would say this build is tied with Righteous Fire for simplest to play and put together. All you do is jump around and swing, and it hits the whole screen, and everything's automatic. War cries are automatic. I believe your curse will also be automatic. Your flasks are automatic. It's just auto. Auto, 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 auto. but then the build is going to be so popular that the prices are going to go through the roof. We're not going to buy anything off the auction house. We're going to craft our own axe. It's very easy to do. You don't got to buy anything. We can wear all yellows and craft our own axe. We don't need it. We're like the guy on Scary Movie with the wheelchair trying to go up the stairs that he won't let anybody help him. That's us. We don't need any help. Is it tanky? Extremely. It's super fast, super clear, super tanky, everything automated. What is my opinion of melee in POE2 at the moment? I personally don't like it at all. Like, I like melee builds in general, and I never play melee in POE2 right now, so. Does this have single target? Can do a couple million DPS single target. I think with like very, very mid gear, it can do like between 3 and 5 million single target on a super budget. 3 to 5 million on an almost non-existent budget, I think is like close to best in the game, right? Here's the one weakness. Like, here's the weakness of the build. This build does not scale in the ultimate endgame, right? You can play it in T17 maps. You can play it even to kill the Ubers. But if you want to do anything more difficult than that, like Valdo's maps or Deep Delve, this is not it. You need to get something that scales higher. I'm very, very, very happy with that Act 3. A 31.5-minute Act 3 where I assembled my entire build and got the lab done. I'm not very good at Act 3s, so a 31-minute Act 3 is pretty good for me. Okay, so we're going to get a new patch here, so I guess we just wait for the patch. This is Ziz's Earth Shatter POB. This is my build. I started building it a few days ago. I looked at no one's POB. I made it myself. Where's the link? Exclamation build. Why does... Huh. I actually changed that link. Did somebody change it back? Exclamation slammer. Exclamation slammer. I made it exclamation build. But it's going to... Huh. I changed the build command, but it didn't take the change. Exclamation slammer, guys. Do I have a POB or is it all on Maxwell? I plan to make a POB for it as well. I'm building it here first. Just double checking what I wrote here for people real quick. Just fixing the words here real quick. Okay, it's looking good. What's on my wish list for next league? What am I editing? I'm editing. My wish list is always the same thing. End game. End game, end game, end game. I would also wish that they would address the problem that a lot of people have brought up, the ground loot situation. I would love to play the game and find good items on the ground. I'm repeating myself in that part of Act 2. Where am I repeating myself? Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right. I already said that. You're right. You're right. I already said this right here. Good call. So let's see. No hints for Act 6, I don't think, but Act 7. Dang it. Hold on a second. Let's save that. So yeah, I'm always hoping for endgame, and I'm hoping that they will fix the ground loot. And then someone asked, what am I editing? My build guide for next league. Um Okay, there we go. I do have a hint in Act 9. By the way, I also have a hint in Act 5. I need to go see. Does anybody know what's the name of the zone right before Innocence that's really, really good to clear? Is it called the Chamber of Innocence? What's the zone right before you fight the golden guy in Act 5 where you farm XP? Is it called Chamber of Innocence? I guess I can see if we got the patch. Let's exit Steam and see if we got a patch here. You're hoping for a new minion build? Rax, how you doing? Am I starting the new build? I am starting it. We've pretty much finished the leveling portion already. I'm just waiting for the I'm waiting for the patch notes today to make sure it's not deleted. Let me see something here. Am I doing the guide for playing the axe fast? Yeah. I mean, I just cleared Act 3 in an hour 22, and I had several things go horrifically wrong, actually. I could have been sub 120 easily through Act 3, which I think is actually pretty fast. I think sub 120 Act 3 can still be sub 4 hour for the whole run. I think we're still on pace for a sub 4 hour campaign. Yeah, exclamation slammer if you want to see the guide. Amazing, bro. You have a layout guide on Mobalytics. It's okay, but it's not the best if I want to take a look. Nice. So you're saying you follow a PoE build on Mobalytics, but you don't like their layout of how the guides are? Is that what you're saying? Tai Killer can do Act 3 with lab in 59:30. Yeah, I mean, I can't. I don't think I am capable. I don't think I have the motor skills to get to 59:30. I think I could do significantly better than 122. I think I could do. I think if I do very, very well, I think I could do 115, maybe 110. Maybe 110. But most of my time save actually probably comes from Act 1. I bet Tai Killer's Act 1 is like much closer. I bet you he saves 9 minutes on me in Act 1. I bet she does it in 20 minutes. So there are drops for this? Okay, I assume they're just Twitch drops. Let me add that to the stream title because people are nervous about it. Okay. So now let's go back to the guide here. So, okay. The Chamber of Innocence zone is amazing for XP. I highly recommend clearing it and resetting it multiple times to gain a bunch of levels and gear quickly. I just need to log in and see what's the actual name of the zone. Okay, we got the update. Can we read where the patch notes are for that update? Where do we read that? In the community hub? I mean, where do we see the... Does anybody know where the patch notes are? It is Chamber of Innocence, okay. Click the latest one and scroll up. Click what? Click what? I thought Steam posted patch notes. Go to the forums tab. Oh, here. Oh. Okay, that was a whole lot of nothing. I need to pick a different character. About anything. Yeah, Chamber of Innocence. That is what it's called. Okay. How do you spell aqueduct? Is that it? Is there an A? Is it an A? Is it an E? It's an E. The Blood Aqueduct. Yeah. Okay, I think this is everything. I think this is the entire guide. I think it's completely done, unless I missed something. Yep, thank you. Just found that. Yep. I did that so it wouldn't highlight green in the text in front of it. I did, but now we have to get rid of it. Oh, there is a hint that I should write down. If you are ever wearing a body armor that does not have any life rolls on it, including life regeneration, take the life mastery that gives plus 15% more life in the passive tree. Should be pretty good. Can you please do an early currency farm guide? I'm going to have an atlas tree for you. I'm going to have a full atlas tree. I can already tell you what I'm going to tell you to do. It's you walk straight for this. Where is it? You walk straight for, I thought it was this. Am I dumb? Doesn't this give plus 20 passives? Is this like... Yeah, I think that this doesn't show you that this gives you plus 20 passive points. So what you do is, you do this on pretty much every build. You run straight up the gut, you run straight up the middle, and you go straight for this node, which should give you plus 20 passive points. Then when you grab that, you from the beginning, you go left and right. You go to shaping the, what are they called? Shaping the skies and shaping the mountains. You go left and right to grab these two. Because in the beginning, the best thing you could possibly do is get through the maps and get to red maps. And the way that you do that is by rushing this node and then going left and right for shaping the skies and shaping the mountains. And then you use Kirak with these nodes to just keep dropping you map. And then you can, then you'll be in red maps, then you can do whatever you want to do. Yeah, so once you get into red maps and you have a lot of your atlas done, then with the second and third tree, then you make a new tree without this node. That way you can get scarabs, you can sell them. That's if they keep the atlas. Well, Yeah, I mean, I guess I would be shocked if they just get rid of the Atlas, but it is possible. I'll tell you what, if the Breach tree is even close to as powerful as it was before, we're gonna go Breach. If this tree is even close to as good as it was, we're going for the Breach tree. There are rumors that the Atlas will be completely changed. Okay. If the Atlas is completely changed, then I don't know. I guess we'll see the announcement in 30 minutes, but we're going to focus on maps. 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 Where can you find my guide? Exclamation slammer. I should also probably make it exclamation slam. If I hired you to fix POE2 melee, what would I start with? Well, if people ask me to fix POE2 melee, the thing that I would say is wait. And the reason why I would say wait is we're missing tons of the classes and the weapon types. Swords aren't even in the game yet. It makes no sense to me to fix it. Then we're going to get all these new classes and archetypes and ascendancies. There's two M's in Slammer. I need to also make the command slam. Makes no sense to fix it and then have to redo it again. You know what I mean? So if I were in Grinding Gear Games developing PoE2, I'd say, guys, we got to get all of our how many different weapon types are we missing? Isn't there quite a few of them? Like we don't have maces, or we don't have swords, we don't have flails, we don't have what else is coming? Aren't there tons of other weapon types that we're missing? But the main thing you might be asking me is how would you fix maces that's already in the game? One thing that I think feels terrible about maces in general is a lot of stuff on the passive tree is just attack super insanely slow and do one mega hit is like how it seems to be designed entirely. I understand maces are supposed to be slower, but I don't know. Like I feel like it's way too slow. So that would be my number one idea, to understand the mace itself. How fast does it swing? How much reasonable attack speed can an endgame player have? How does that synergize with the passive nodes? Get a heat map of what nodes are people taking, what nodes aren't people taking. How do the penalties weigh against the positives, and make a whole pass on that. Yeah, we don't have daggers yet. You just watched the YouTube short when we dropped the double mage blood. That was an amazing moment, man. Replay the mirror drop. You don't even want to see that. It's literally nothing. I wasn't even in the room. I was going backwards, rezzing someone who was dead. We didn't even get to see anything there. You see if the Grinding Gear Games stream is already up. It is. So let's close POE. Let's close Steam. Let's mute this. Let's unmute this. Let's see how the volume is. Guys, this is the loudest it can possibly be. I can't make it louder. I feel like my webcam's way too big. There we go. There we go. I cannot make it louder. This is as loud as I can make it, so. There we go. Now we just relax and wait. Okay, let me get my handy dandy notepad ready to go so I can take my notes as I always did. So let's call this POE1 Mirage 3.0.1 3.28 Mirage announcement summary. Do the world quiz. I guess we got 20 minutes of nothing. Every country quiz. Countries of the world quiz. This is not the right quiz. Forgot about the country quiz. Albania, huh? See if I can do this without, let's just say without zooming in a tiny bit. All right, Albania, huh? So this is Greece, this is North Macedonia, this is Bulgaria. So I think this is Albania. Mongolia is here. This is Cuba. This is Haiti. So this is Dominican Republic. Turkmenistan. This is Kazakhstan. Let's see. Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, I think. Yeah. Ghana. This is Benin. This is Togo. So this is Ghana. Taiwan is here. Ukraine is here. Mexico is here. Armenia. This is Turkey. This is Azerbaijan. And this is Georgia, so this is Armenia. Well, this is Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran. So this is Iraq. Gabon. Oh god. I think Gabon is here, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Equatorial Guinea is right next to it. Lesotho is inside of South Africa. Malaysia. So this is Philippines, and this is Indonesia. So this is Malaysia. Myanmar is here. This is Yemen, so this is Oman. I believe this is Algeria, so this is Libya, right? This is Egypt, so this is Sudan. Democratic Republic of the Congo is here. Botswana is above South Africa. This is Namibia, and this is Zimbabwe, so this is Botswana. South Sudan is just south of Sudan. Netherlands is here. Central African Republic is here. Ethiopia is here. Spain is here. Belgium is here. Russia, United States. Tanzania. So this is South Africa. This is Zimbabwe. This is Zambia. This is Malawi. This is Mozambique. This is Madagascar. So this is Tanzania. Bulgaria is here. Nigeria is here. Oh my god, you fucking moron. Dude, I'm such a stupid piece of shit. I flipped Niger and Nigeria. Fucking moron. India, Nepal, Bhutan. This is Bangladesh. Oh. Unfucking believable. Fucking moron. This is Guyana, Suriname, French Guiana. Okay, Mali always throws me off. So this is Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria. This is Western Sahara. One of these is Mauritania, and one of these is Mali. I can never remember which one it is. I think this one is Mali. Yeah. Alright, so Georgia is here. Egypt is here. Switzerland is here. Croatia, it's going to be hard to click there. Tunisia should be here. Austria is next to Switzerland. Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. Honduras is here. Algeria is here. Yemen is here. Niger, I flipped it because I'm a fucking stupid idiot. Angola should be above Namibia. Guatemala is here. This is Estonia. This is Latvia. Paraguay is here. Costa Rica is next to Panama. Republic of the Congo is next to Democratic Republic of the Congo. Afghanistan is here. Liberia, let's see. This is Benin, Togo, Ghana, Ivory Coast. So this is Liberia. Moldova is here. Mauritania is here. Morocco is here. Sweden, Norway, Sweden, Finland. South Africa, Solomon Islands. Let's see. This is Australia. This is New Zealand. I'm pretty sure this is Papua New Guinea, so this is Solomon Islands. Venezuela, let's see. Panama connects to South America in Colombia, so this is Venezuela. Zimbabwe is here. Togo is Benin, Togo. Cuba is here. Poland is here. Ivory Coast is here. Bhutan, pretty sure is here. Yeah. Laos, this is Vietnam. This is Thailand. This is Cambodia. So this has, or wait, yeah, this is Laos, right? Yeah. Zambia is here. New Zealand is here. North Korea is here. Canada. This is Estonia and this is Lithuania. Guinea-Bissau. So this is Sierra Leone. This is Guinea.
This is Senegal, and this is the Gambia. So this has to be Guinea-Bissau. Germany is here. Burkina Faso is here. Serbia is here. Yeah. Azerbaijan is here. Guinea is here. Argentina is here. Romania is here. This is Syria, this is Lebanon, this is Israel, so this is Jordan, and this is Saudi Arabia, which is right next to Jordan. Greece is here. Mozambique is here. Burundi. All right, I don't know where it is, but we can get it by process of elimination. So this is Namibia, this is Eswatini, this is Madagascar, this is Malawi, this is Kenya, this is Somalia, this is Djibouti, this is Eritrea, this is Cameroon, this is Togo, this is Sierra Leone, Senegal, the Gambia, Western Sahara, this is Uganda, this is Rwanda. So the only place left is this tiny little speck. Yeah, okay. Namibia, Turkey, Somalia, Estonia is here, Haiti is here, Portugal is here, South Korea is here, Djibouti is here, France is here, Bosnia and Herzegovina is here, Nepal is here, Papua New Guinea is here, Chile is here, Panama is here, Bolivia is here, Thailand is here, Kenya is here, Kazakhstan is here, Iran is here, Uganda is here, Indonesia is here, Peru, this is Colombia, this is Ecuador, so this is Peru, UAE is here, Denmark is here, Senegal is here, Pakistan is here, Cambodia is here, Italy is here, Madagascar is here, Ireland is here, Cameroon is here, Uruguay is here, Ecuador is here, Sri Lanka is here, Colombia is here, India is here, Sierra Leone is here, Suriname is in the middle right here, Slovakia. Okay, let's think about this. So this is Czechia, this is Slovakia, this is Hungary, and this is Slovenia. This is North Macedonia, and this is Montenegro, and this is Belarus, right? So what did I just say? Czechia, Slovakia is here. Syria, Lebanon, Israel, this tiny one. Syria is here, Australia is here, Rwanda is here, El Salvador is this tiny thing right here, Nicaragua is right next to it, Philippines is here, Vietnam is here, Malawi is here, Brazil is here, Japan is here, Belarus is here, Eritrea is here, Benin is here, Uzbekistan is here, Tajikistan is next to it, Iceland, North Macedonia, Norway, Czechia, Hungary, Finland. Okay, so absolute complete dumbass. I flipped Niger and Nigeria, but of course Nigeria, I know Nigeria is on the coast. I know Niger does not border the coast at all. I know that, but I'm just dumb. I don't know. I'm just dumb. I know where Nigeria is. Any insider info on potentially adding more content to D2R? I don't know it. If I did know secrets, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Whenever gaming companies tell me confidential secrets, I keep them locked up, right? That's just part of being a good human being. But I actually don't. I don't know any secrets about D2R. The only thing that I've heard, which might make you feel good, is I've heard that they felt good about the updates, and the reception of it is good. And the person who is in charge of D2R, Matt Cedarquist, he would love to expand Diablo 2. So I would
If I had to bet one way or the other, I would bet that Diablo 2 might get more content based upon how that went. I would bet on yes. Is it coming soon? Probably not. That would be my guess. Guys, a lot of people are subbing. Guys, thank you so much for the subs. What country in Africa would I like to visit? If I could pick one of them to visit, I would visit Egypt so I could see the pyramids. I think I'm going to start hardcore in 3.28. I think I'll play hardcore. What percentage of the map could I get if I had to label WoW zones like the country quiz? I'd probably do outrageously well. Like, Eastern Kingdoms at the top is Darnassus and Exidar and Felwood and Winterspring and Moonglade, and then, you know, in the middle you have Thousand Needles, Barrens, whatever the zone is called that has Orgrimmar, whatever the zone is that has Thunder Bluff, like Mulgore, you know. I could do outrageously well. Especially, okay, same thing for Eastern Kingdoms. Top of Eastern Kingdoms is, Eastern Plaguelands, Western Plaguelands. Eastern Plaguelands has Naxxramas and Strath, and Western Plaguelands has Skolo, and it's the same thing. Same thing. Up there is also the Hinterlands and Arathi Highlands and the Hillsbrad Foothills and guys, while we have 4 minutes, I gotta show this to you guys. I gotta show this to you. Look at this. A Nubricon Parse, 100. Grand Weirdo Fairlina Parse, 100 out of 400 parses. First place. Makesna, 100. Patchwork, I did this last night, 100. Grobulus, 100. Gluth, 100. Thaddeus, 100. Vesuvius, 100. Gothic, 100. You get the idea. 4 Horsemen, 100. Noth, 100. Pagan, 100. Lotheb, 100. Saffron, 100. Kel'Thuzad, 100. For all encounters and Nax, doing all 15 bosses, I got the best parse, 100. I got first place on every single boss. Now we gotta do it for all the TBC bosses. We gotta wipe it out. How'd the gym go today? I'm going after this. I woke up this morning so sore. I was like, oh. I'm gonna go though, but I'm not gonna be able to lift today. I'm just gonna go swim. I'm gonna swim after the whole POE thing. What does the 100 mean? It means out of all elemental shamans in any guild that go to that raid in this patch, the number that you get for your performance is what percentage of them did you do more damage than? So if you had a number of 60, you would have done more damage than 60% of them. So about 430 shamans have done, shamans that are my spec have done that raid. And a rank of 100 is you beat everyone. Okay, here we go, guys. My voice is low. That's okay. I'm not planning to talk much. I'm gonna let Grinding Gear Games talk. Are we not watching the announcement? What do you mean? It starts in 5 seconds. It's right here on my screen. What do you mean? We're watching it right now.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from
Is the
Grinding
volume
Gear
good?
Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th.
Okay.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
We have Soul Eater. That's the best. That's like the best headhunter thing.
An ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
Imbued gem. Looks pretty good.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match.
So it is a new
After
Atlas
that, we want to
system.
talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to
That's 3
introduce the
hours
new
from
league.
now.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Ufarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Ufarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Ufarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this league mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the mirage to instead drop as other currencies.
Well, that's crazy because a lot of wisdom
Or
and
wishes that will
scrolls
spawn
drop,
rewarding
right?
enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable,
You just
while
can't.
within the mirage, of course.
You just can't die. I mean, how can you lose
Each
if you
wish
pick
is
that?
also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn:
You just can't
the
die.
Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max-leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used. Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish.
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
For you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an in-game map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again, legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here.
Oh my god, it's all of
Another
the prefixes
example
or
is that
all the
Calgaren
suffixes?
ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Calgaren friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust.
That's awesome.
Blight
because we
encounters
need that.
recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufferrude enemies.
We need 25
infested with
million
blight.
dust.
This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing. As a quick note,
Jesus.
Imprisoned Jinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area.
So you can get a passive from the complete
As
opposite
the
side of the
campaign
tree.
doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Jinn. So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course,
Can I go
if you're
back?
traveling through Mirages,
Can I go back a second?
encountering new
See what he
enemies,
said? I
and
want to hear
slaying
what he said again. Sorry. Let me go back 20 seconds.
spawn near the Jinn. So your
Back
not
further.
only torturers, but thieves,
Hold on
and
a
have
second.
over the century
What did he say?
hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Calgaren friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufferrude enemies, infested with blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing. As a quick note, Imprisoned Jinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Jinn, so your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding.
I see, okay.
Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufferrude are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varushta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufferrude to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area. If you meddle with the affairs of the Ufarud for too long though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new in-game boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items, yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him. So that's the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills, some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth. Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment. Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class. We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well.
Uh-oh.
such as a pass on Bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow. We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes, this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect.
That's like a
Or
supporty
instead,
thing.
take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame. With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story, how she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click Activate, and you're good to go.
This is POE2.
That mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice. This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming atlas tree and spam mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some mesa maps stashed, setting all your favoured maps to mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at the centre of the atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the atlas, including some old favourites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to...
I can just pause here and we can resume it. So I think this is actually, if I understand it correctly, this is actually much better than POE2. And the reason why is there aren't many mesas on the atlas tree. If you want to just keep running mesa, you just select mesa and keep running it over and over and over. So this should be, if I'm understanding it correctly, it should be significantly better than A, the POE1 system that we have, and B, the current POE2 system that we have. Okay.
Stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery.
Should be much better than
Arcane
both.
Astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions.
I love the way that that looks. I love the animation there.
For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter. Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced. Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run.
Oh, that's much better.
When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device, in the right spot. That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most
straight up
annoying
remove
modifiers
them?
on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically.
What happened? No, the stream crashed. Can you guys hear me? What happened? Okay. What happened? What in the world? What in the world? Go back to where we were, guys. Sorry. I don't know what happened there.
As mentioned,
Let's go
even
back.
re-roll them for gold and spawn in your map. Looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the pinnacle bosses. Atlas,
We were right here. Sorry, guys.
including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads.
I hated petals. Thank God, man. I hated it.
Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map, empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with.
That's
Alongside that, we've
not
also
in
changed
hardcore.
some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new The Paths Not Taken
Fractured
keystone,
Veiled.
which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favoured resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want. Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges.
See, this is making me want to play softcore.
For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy, cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frostmage support.
Look at this one.
Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back.
Here we go.
However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a Hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and Hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller, To allow players to engage with Hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block Hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or Hive Fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from Hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill, and the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new Ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete, and a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions.
I love that blue portal.
The Travelling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off.
That backpack looks
The acquired
horrible.
Wisdom
Don't want that
unique finisher
backpack.
effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would
Don't
struggle
want that
carrying piles of scrolls while travelling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they
That looks
also
like
hold power.
Ronnie in Elden
As you cast
Rings
spells, the
or
scrolls
something.
attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after.
Yeah.
It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox, and then even burn away, reforming into a flying bird. This series of packs
interesting.
also contains the Scroll Portals.
the
Jumbo-sized
Scroll
versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert. The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect.
That other one's better than the rat backpack.
These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar
pretty cool.
creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has
rat.
depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time 2 p.m. Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
All right. Well, I've got my notes. We can skip ahead now.
The
Catch up.
design. So,
hour, 2 hour, 3 hours, we'll see where things take us. Especially with us discussing things like ground loot, endgame breach.
Does the
King's March,
sound very
balance.
weird
There's a
to you
lot
guys?
There's a lot to cover here.
I locked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah, that's good. Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first.
Man, what is going on with Chrome?
This is good content.
Oh, it's a
These
big
are
deal.
good
It's a
changes.
big deal. It's huge.
And yeah, killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff.
Okay, that's better.
But I love that you guys have had that like same journey as well, like and Andrew too as well, right? Like it's players become QA, become game like designers, become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like that's it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like
Yeah, kinda.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I still, play every expansion for, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4 and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded, I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down here, is there?
I don't see anything.
There's the
Nothing's
loot.
making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like... I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to. And for me, it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map. And so all of a sudden, you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 Glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is, what are you doing about it? So let's get to that straight away, which is, at least for now, given that we have, a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? That's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, you know, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
number
like,
one. From core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows, not tile loot, you know, whatever all the terminology is.
I thought that was exactly
obviously that
not
will
the
then,
problem.
by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean, like?
Yes, correct. As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionally.
Yeah,
in
just
their
like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on, like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment, memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. You know, when you identify, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So
I'm going to pause it here and ask if I heard that correctly. Did he say, so didn't Ziggy ask ground loot is bad? And what I think that generally means is the mostly means is the items. And so did he say currency drops are doubling? I thought like, right, the currency ground loot. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that's what he means. Like, he means the ground loot currency. But I thought the majority of the complaint from the community was the fact that, like, you never pick up really good items.
There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also trying, we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing?
It has yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a groove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then, look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, those are the... Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. Okay, when I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem. Don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. We're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean?
Since this is the most important question Ziggy is going to ask, I'm going to go back and I want to hear exactly what he said again. I want to listen to this one more time. So I'm going to go back. I want to hear exactly the changes he said that he's making.
They're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it.
Guys, some of you don't like that I'm going back and re-listening to the answers. If you don't like that, leave. Thank you. I don't care. Leave. I'm trying to actually get the info and understand the patch and understand what Grinding Games is saying. If you don't like how I do it, leave. And by the way, do me a favor, don't come back. Thank you.
It also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
It has yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a groove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point,
whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what I thought he said. He said ancient orbs and fracturing orbs have been added to the normal drop pool. So that's what I thought he said. So that's cool, but isn't that also the entire reason that you run Harbinger? Right, exactly what Templar just typed. So that's exactly why I wanted to go back.
Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. Okay, when I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem. Don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. We're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. Just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. We'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort of in a way. So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like, Like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like,
That
normal
is
basic
irrelevant.
equipment that every single person is
right.
hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor, it's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
I mean, double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know.
There's a difference between like economic changes
it's definitely
and things that you
I
feel,
agree. It's
yeah.
definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like I appreciate that a lot of people are like, there's that juice up here and there's that like, here's just your base map. And there's a bit of an expectation that, you should be able to just go in, clear the map and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. There's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So for right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that once multiplied by every single league thing ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, it's scary for sure. So even yesterday, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down. And I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. If all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. Sure.
Yeah,
sure. It's like a good ongoing one to
for sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, for the Alk and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem.
I
right
will
now.
make
How you
a
get
summary
actually able to
video,
scale
guys, for
basic
those
monsters to make them
asking. I
both
will.
challenging and rewarding. Because like Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere. And maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Got to have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. And or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like...
We do,
you know, make
yeah,
those
100%.
base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
The hardest, like, you know, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. You know, like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it in the next week.
Like, this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah, we do.
Natural inhabitants is what we currently call them. Yes,
we do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
But then you also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know. So again, a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden. It's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If that was in now, Mirage would work really well. They'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well. Like non-loot tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, you know. But we're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And so we'll just keep doing it. But
I mean, you guys can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
And so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list, what are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my questions are ready for that topic. But wait a while on that one, though. Something that on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's... I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah. Those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like that because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments.
Yeah.
Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. Up to, so that's what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know, care about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
Yeah, but we want more giga tinks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want
just
the thing where there's like 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
and
this.
Just like, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that's
one of my favorite, like
up to 10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some, you know, strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right. Yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion, weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like that.
In theory, you do it on both. Could be distinct pools on each. Who knows? But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly. Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like, it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, you know, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, you know, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well. So, you know, with all the different leagues.
Is a hit a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something there. It's like, technically it's optional. You don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not really. It's not really though, is it?
Right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel optional, right? Because you're making gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked up from somewhere that I found particularly entertaining. Or it's like someone's like, "Oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them." I'm like, "Oh, that's just tragic, isn't it?" It's not really where you want to be.
So now, and what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But Yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
Yeah, like
it's very-
I like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but it is. I do see the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you know, you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. You know, that's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
yeah.
It's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain resource.
resources.
Yeah. That has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that.
So like
that's
even
the case now.
if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have, you know, a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want. You know, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So, you know, make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the point of the boss, and
it
devalues
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
but
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on POE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like, I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some point? I swear.
I feel like it.
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just, I guess it didn't. happen.
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like-
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
Yeah, that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So I was like, I thought you guys.
The perils of continual development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and just I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one and say
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Again, whatever. The deja vu is real right now.
It will be good to reassess the state of it.
I don't trust my short-term memory anymore, so that might be long-term memory at this point, but all good.
The final-ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they they're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, oh, you know, can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random like where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, man, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And, you know, the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure. And so we're now trying to make it better. But, and I understand that that's like, you know, they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either, that it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is like just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, like, you know, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like.
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff.
That's how it was in Diablo 2.
That game mode is called Ruthless.
That's how it is in Diablo 2. You get one yellow tiara, which could be the greatest thing you've ever seen.
No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped and then kind of stop. You know, there's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just, for rares to kind of be like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then, you know, if those were rolled into 5 rares and, you know, they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious
so
to see
again,
what that would look like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and you know, messing up the economy in any drastic way be it stuff that we do on accident. Sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like their first tier 1 map they run, you know, you like the entire like get itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, you know, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, you know, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that.
Tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, you know, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something. Those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and you know, it's not always better, but like, you know, the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence, recombinated stuff, like Path of Exile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea if nothing else?
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, you know, trying to make more like more meaningful tinks, I guess. Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy, which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then, you know, or the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky for sure. And you know,
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics that's where you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah, well, I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect, I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with the...
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%.
Like,
yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the currency.
So you can, like, add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these two types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth,
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is wild.
I love that. I'm excited about that.
And like
coming up with some cool ideas lately.
It's
like
basically like
super ultimate.
Me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that. Even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the League, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, because that is a good base, but you need, a good League mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason, so... That is that's a whole new level there. It was interesting, so I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
before.
It was a thing where like, this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like, normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you a unique weapon or something like that. Things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5-link. And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking Mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. Just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
check the mechanics, skips them. Check the wish. Do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also,
like the wishes sometimes are unique, and
a detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra monsters from the Alpha Root, as Mark was saying in the live stream. those monsters are purely additive. So they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
yeah,
there's just extra monsters.
Probably how you were so over leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think of it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones. And then I'm like, oh, that Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of you know, the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's an unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit. And I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, you know, not as crazy, you know. By doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to like do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah, another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the mini map in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yep.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you know, you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But you know,
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
Bit of well, sure. It's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made
it's like,
me feel
that's
really,
weird. I like
really
it. It's
suspicious.
so
like there's
weird.
there's some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Poe in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on POE1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved our generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
The sun is rising.
yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like.
Awesome.
And
it's interesting that they
as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games, especially it can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds especially with passion projects, because, you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, you know, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it.
It is a bit. That's
I get
true,
to go
actually.
into POE2 releases with next to no idea. It's
Going
like, oh,
in
cool.
blind.
What, I get to be in the player base, getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But yeah, I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool endgame thing with you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which endgame thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss, and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. Like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask that because you've got this whole like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you like make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes.
Okay, so which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet.
It's
Pretty wild.
at odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes, you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly
so don't
good.
Use the red one on there, probably.
Well, LE damage of the tax is also red and can go on Wild Strike. Is LE damage of the tax the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes. But regardless, like there are undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels like, I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust, let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot, there's these like silver Jin caches and gold Jin caches and.
That's all points. So when you're in a Mirage, there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, pretty good loot generally. Like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. Putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, and obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man,
how cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up?
I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously,
yeah, it goes without saying.
But even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. It could just multiply quant or rarity, get it. But it's that it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like,
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Mm-hmm. Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just at the end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, I never played that one.
Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of.
We will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff because that's. People want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
For a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still
people
pending.
Like that league
that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for POE1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
all right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that committing to that is extra work. But Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
we have all of these uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider against the uniques that you can double it up with against all of the other ones in there. It's like you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league or whatever to cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
It's a little crazy.
But it's fine.
I love having an ascendancy. I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to this is gonna change every time because it means we can do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch.
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
God,
before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
So
20 years ago.
13 years or something probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second Ascendancy. So 13 years from now, we'll get the third class.
Right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because. I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like, ruined. It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've just laid that down from the beginning for that, I think. It's probably the way
and
to do
you just get the cool thing where you're no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new Ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And
it's one of your days done.
But also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next league gets saved, but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, it might be better for casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the Theory Crafters, it's going to be a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that, you know, maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like, I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more, the upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a, you know, broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding, you know, a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. You know, there's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style. And that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested, but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. You know, as opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like, it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, do you think, then? That kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly easier and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You know.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent. Well, it's good.
You know, like for 329, you know, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is, instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, you know, early game as well. You know, at some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring, or has its woes. We know the deal. You know, so being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please, no more rolling magma, kind of has been a lot of, you know, and I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on a whole new archetype and maybe more on, you know, reworking some of the other skills, you know, but that was something on our current, you know, list of things. So we'll see how that goes. But, and that, you know, reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. Like, so there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, you know, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, you know, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully two. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about that. Like, do you feel like transfigureds are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, you know, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, yeah, well, you know, this is just one little idea for a twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just, I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea. Sometimes, but generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of, and this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage, but like, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at, still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for POE1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole, cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, cold scales.
It'll be like Archangel all over again.
Yeah, exactly.
Skill, Frost Nova, Ice
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with hand casting to some degree. Like it's kind of like hand casting and spells kind of come together. So you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
It'll be a package deal at some point.
But yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like.
It's just a weird realization to have. It's like, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
true.
Awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed or maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know. I might have to see which one.
In there. You'll have to see. And
I honestly
and then you'll have to
don't
deal
know.
with that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah. Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
You can't nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every one of those build guides has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. You have to put an expiry date in the comments.
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but it's a gamble.
That's funny.
I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Bad news, please. I love
bad news. Is it's gone for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone.
They straight up got rid of it.
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
that may be good news for some.
I understand that's like look, the issue.
Can't complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of it's a shadow floating with some blue, and
I know you're not.
They're
a fan
really
of blue
cool.
Aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially with a way we have to kind of develop things now. it's kind of has to go so it can come back better. Is effectively what we're getting to here, and it will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous Trial of the Ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which. And that's what I'm saying, bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means.
There's a lot of investigation.
Without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool.
Core
drop pool, yeah.
Right.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question that I imagine will come up: Horizon Orbs, with the way the new map items work, they don't do a thing, but they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go. Nice
So you still have that capability.
Good old Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, my baby.
So yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an overall.
This is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like them so much.
the loss-
a lot of the
but the loss aversion.
Your effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures.
Well, it is probably it's one of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
little
like
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is, because
and also a more grounded in gothic. Again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal.
Is it more Harbinger?
Big portal thing,
Yes,
and
the boss was a portal.
The boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked. And it needs to be done better. So
it was definitely a little bit.
I know.
From an earlier
there was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you.
Again, we have to be brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in POE1. So.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splinters stack better? Let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. Wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're
guys,
turning
don't worry.
around.
Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, it has been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems, because your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it? What's the idea here?
That's a good question,
why do you want
actually.
to keep them? Why are the walls a thing?
Exactly.
I'm sure some people are like,
That's why keep the walls at all?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And
What?
that's
Is there
fine.
one person
and
in chat likes
there
the
are now
breach
many
walls?
tools if you don't want to.
One
You can
person.
deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or
Mods,
on
get
the other
ready to
hand, you can
ban.
turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
Intrusive is the word I would use. We want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. We've shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged, rather. We were just discussing earlier, if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And another thing I don't think you touched on there was the idea that it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's like there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now, moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main thing ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once, like Breach had before.
That's an old Breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping. That wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around,
good fun,
opening circles.
So cool. Obviously, there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. There is a bunch of them.
The whole goal was to keep that. Right,
right, yeah.
It would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one,
yeah.
I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. That's just what it is. It's just that, like, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. What's Chiula gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Lords, but it's not like you're gonna do Breach 3 next league. So maybe how does that even happen?
The Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something? Maybe. Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future. And I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
the old domains,
these are literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
they're not to your current standards, are they?
It's not what we do.
Just
anymore.
like Harbinger, they got get out of here.
You need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
not recolored floaty guys.
Not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a Breach Lord.
Yes.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Ooh, yeah.
Or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man, well, the
Foulborn
Restoration YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome. Yep. Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps
I
the
used to
Foulborn
make my
uniques.
axe.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare
the
weapons.
for the rare
rares, okay.
equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for League mechanics.
Again, like that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with thing like fossils, right? You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are
Back to recombinating, boys.
More exclusively from Delve.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special,
Right,
and not
yeah.
just letting it seep in everywhere. So yeah, that with the tree, you know, no weapons for rare weapons at least is aiming in that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down. Yeah.
6-link.
I saw the
rate
6-link
is
thing was
down.
dropped down a bit. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah,
It was printing
there's
out.
a balance pass as well, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
because again, it's part of that like. How can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues
Back to
in the end
recombinating,
game,
boys.
it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know,
Well,
as good as it was doing.
We're gonna
so,
be recombinating.
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew did all
so.
of the specific adjustments
okay.
for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head.
I'm sure.
This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem
True story.
always the uncertainty with this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
that we
that's
don't
true.
know about.
You know, someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, you know, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream, at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes. So, you know, we can only be so certain about, you know, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but like, you know, we're 99% sure on everything. But
If I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
yeah.
the
Well,
idea.
you're very good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent. Good.
Yeah.
I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time.
That's
I
a
think
good
just, like, a lack of
question, man. They're
variety. They
so
got
boring.
quite time consuming, and they had
Thank
some issues
you.
with difficulty and reward scaling, where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of POE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely
Well,
saw
I mean,
one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole.
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to, you know, the Keeper's mechanic. And
cool,
those
right?
will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which
Nice.
I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every
Click them
time,
all.
I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so
Okay,
I
that's good.
think it is all most like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes. But not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right now. So we'll see. But it should, you know, when these things go core, and now you have an Atlas Tree, and now you have a set of Scarabs, and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas Tree and the Scarab system, is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, you know, and that's awesome.
I'm already
So
excited
my-
to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but, you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do.
Yeah, have stuff
My
in the back
biggest
pocket.
issue-
Very cool.
Half
Well,
the
with the High
size and do
Fortress
something, double the size
is
and
the
do something.
boring
There's
part
like
of
so
it.
many
It's just
different
so
options there.
boring.
This is a Warpro because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core end game. Well, it's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas
Yeah.
by the way. We haven't even got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcases. Like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like wait, but then you get to explain like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint. And from completing your Atlas standpoint, like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like three. For example, you don't need favored maps anymore. A lot of what was special about Kirax missions or good about Kirax missions was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
You get to trim so much fat. Like,
it's gone, by the way. There's
Harbinger orbs.
Yep.
You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's one chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just they were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your Atlas. So by the time you fully complete your Atlas, you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know. You gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
It's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole Atlas. You've got the
whole Egan system.
Yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
And you got more Atlas passive points than before. So there's lots of like,
I think 7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of there's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map just being and rolling that map being as clean as possible. And then being able to
3 clicks instead of 24. So.
And then being able to, now, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run, I like to run many different maps.
I like having, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was going to then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No, there's no Elder Ring management.
You have to make the Elder eat the shape of blob.
No.
Not fully. You have to make sure it stays alive in its digestive tract. That's how you get the optimum.
No. The loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it.
Especially because you can just take your map and just pot it. If you just
that's
do
like
them
the
right,
temple.
Like you
make
like,
one
I don't have
mistake,
maps
you
to do this
spend
part of the blob.
7 hours.
You
Which is
just
amazing.
You just have the map item.
That was really
go wherever you want,
with those
and that is
systems.
Also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob. It'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3 each, right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but
if
you get a little bit less juice
yeah.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. That's a really cool
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be very
Or you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, you know, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, you know, do like 2 or 3 blights and 2 or 3 maps to get to the vault and get that
the
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah.
Sort
And
of span the
non-annoying.
vaults.
Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it and it
I
was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end,
It's
then
just
you
a
go again.
short-term sort of
Yeah, like
little
this is a
goal
really
project.
good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
that is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Just also, by the way, his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of you know, what the, I don't. There will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one.
I
it'll
looked at
be.
you and saw in the corner of my eye, blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be. There might be a blight.
truth to every
There
comment.
might be a
I'm pulling
blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. I was just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
yes, but it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, you know, less objects, but objects are more valuable, you know, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, you know, maybe, but you know, the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a you know, often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a, you know, back-end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a like, you know, programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, yeah, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you know, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible, Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like Tier 17s have been pretty much, they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain
I hate
how that works?
T17s, man.
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly.
Fortress.
Barrels.
So
The barrels.
sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as Originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with Originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running Originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what are results? Ultimately, they're still decent to run. You know, they're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for.
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual Nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be. It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the Nightmare key is. It's a lot of keywords. It's like a keyword, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, you know, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before. And so, you know,
they were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of.
We're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, you know, with no Karak crafts, you know, there's chaos sinks. So, but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so you know, I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now based on comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economies, feels over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
The trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that
I'm impressed with Octavian's
like
vocabulary. He just throws out words like
got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident.
But there's a lot of people in the world that don't even know what that means.
The point was to kill the busy work.
He's done that a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay.
Tangentially.
Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day. Like memory thread strand fragments.
Strands, I think, are the thing of the items.
Memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
They were annoying.
the memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to follow Zana. The memory lines things. Those are itemized now. And you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know, there was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh, no, yeah.
Buy them, you can sell them, you can
Great.
farm a specific one, you
Awesome.
can, yeah.
And
Just better.
that means it's also not like, because this whole thing
What
was like
happens
a
to the
weird
map
thing. I don't even know
stash
like how it
tab? It's
activated
probably
half the
just gonna
time.
be
And it was
1,
like,
2,
separate
3,
map
4
device
without
and the
names,
guy.
right?
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now rather than just
It's
a
all,
thing.
it's all the one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one, then we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. I'm sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does that have to be like that?
It's
My God, there's like
the idea was if that all of that stuff very, very
Let's skip
well.
ahead
And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way.
Let's go to the next
Kind of
Nobody-
graphic settings
nobody
also
cares
kind of
about
gives
that
you this
question.
thing where you like, or when you're
It's
changing
like
certain
2
options,
people in the
you then
entire
can't
world who
appreciate
care.
the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly.
Yeah.
For both games, mind you, and it's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, then the other game will get it. Is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Right, yeah. And that's for you guys to figure out. The balance of.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our
That's their
responsibility.
problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered
I'd
yet.
have to
but
look into that.
I'm not
be
against
now.
it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been
Yeah,
planted.
it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types? Just, like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up
asking
and what
for
items you're picking up. It's
vacuum
part of the gameplay. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think like something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force and you like misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool like animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. Since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. There are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure.
Yeah.
I'll bring. You come upstairs and bring it up.
Okay.
And then we'll see where it goes. and then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm
let's
just
see
trying
where
to
we go.
get a like a bit little tiny, just a little foot in the door here. Maybe just like plant the seed. Maybe.
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Nah, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and we'll see where it goes.
All right, that's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing. By the way,
I'm still going to plant the seed because
but I don't.
So. Thanks for the raid, Path of Exile.
Oh, sorry. I was muted. I sneezed. Path of Exile raided Lily. I was wondering what happened. All right, I got 4 pages. They must have wrapped it up. That was the last question. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh. Can you hear me now? I should be unmuted now. I got 4 pages of stuff. The patch notes come out in 30 minutes. I'm going to do what I pretty much always do with this situation. I'm going to go over the 4 pages of notes that I took and give you my thoughts on it. I'm going to end stream. I'll let everybody have all the patch note fun. And then tomorrow, the entire stream is going to be reading and analyzing the patch notes for me. I'll raid somebody who's going to read them all right now. But for now, let's just focus on this. Yeah, you wonder if Uber boss farming is going to be better or worse. Wasn't, in general, from everything that I had heard, like, Uber boss farming was absolutely not the way to make money. Like, if I remember correctly, last league, I could have this wrong. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was Wealthy Exile or something, but they had the effective value of every single kill of like the regular bosses and the pinnacle bosses. And if I remember correctly, killing Uber Maven was the lowest value boss you could chain farm. Like, I had a character prepared to farm Uber Maven, like I could kill her every time. And then they said, why would you kill Uber Maven? They linked me to whatever it was, Wealthy Exile. And it was the absolute worst boss you could do. It was way worse than regular Maven, and regular Maven was almost one of the highest value bosses. So, like, I don't know. It seems like Uber boss farming is... It doesn't seem like it was a good strategy before anyway. All right. All right. Okay, let's go over the Path of Exile 1 announcement that they had. It was pretty substantial, as it always is, and some of the changes here, specifically to the endgame, have me very excited if I properly understand how things are changing. So anyway, we're going to protect Jinns, and we're going to enter the astral realm, which are the mirages. You're going to choose a wish that can modify drops, and the wishes are very, very significant. So you make a wish before you go into the mirage area, and one of them, for example, is you cannot die. Just straight up says you can't die. So that's awesome for hardcore. I play hardcore a lot. Can really modify the drops or the monsters. There are a lot of really cool things that they showed just in the showcase, so the wishes should matter. You get new coins. You can use them on level 20 gems, and you can get an inherent support of the same color. So if your skill gem is level 20 and it's green, you can get a green support. When you use these coins, it corrupts the gem. So that would mean that you have to give up the +1. But +1 to a skill is very good, depending upon the skill, of course. But also, having an inherent support gem that activates for that gem, if you hit the right one, is also insane. Probably better than a +1 in a lot of situations. It can only roll supports that gem could have, which is good news. You're not going to get like complete trash. And you can only, if I heard them correctly, you can only equip one imbued gem. So it has, it takes all of the Scarab and Atlas modifiers and the League mechanics that you have in the map again in the Mirage. Yeah, excuse me, per gear slot. Yeah, I should have added that, per gear slot. So when you enter the Mirage, all the League mechanics that you have, like if you're doing Blight or something, it brings it back again, but sometimes it can be in different ways where they could just change or they could become empowered and they can have unique rewards. Like there's new catalysts and new crazy things for Delirium, which we'll show later. They have a new belt that can be anointed. So belts are really powerful because like the Stygian Vices, you can socket the gems into it. But now there's a new belt where you can anoint it, meaning you can grab a passive out of the tree, maybe very, very far away from where your build is. It just opens up a lot of theory crafting. These gins automatically spawn near mechanics, so you don't have to like run maps and hope that the gins spawn by all of the Atlas things that you put into the map. They will automatically spawn there, so you don't have to like be really upset that it landed in the wrong spot. And because of this, they will put a bunch of random mechanics in the campaign. So it'll be like a very action-packed campaign. If you've never played it before, there'll be mechanics everywhere with gins. And the gins monster count, I believe they said, is just additive to the zone's monster count. Meaning, if you just walk by the gins and just kill normally, you will just get a lot more kills and loot. So you'll be over-leveled in the campaign this time, even if you choose not to go into the Mirage. So there's a bunch of new uniques, and you can use a coin that transforms the uniques into other uniques. It's not like it just adds a stat to it or something. It seems to transform it. And there's a new endgame boss with some really cool items. There's a bunch of new holy skills. I'm sure we'll get the patch notes for it. They all look really cool. Holy Hammer throws a big hammer, and if you hit a monster with it, it throws another hammer. And if that hammer hits monsters, it can throw another hammer. Then if you consume power charges, it throws more hammers. They had a bunch of really awesome holy skills, which people will probably be theory crafting and diving into. They looked really sick. They have new transfigured gems, which is a fan favorite. They did a balanced pass across many things. They added a new ascendancy for the Scion, which has a lot of flexibility in it. It has different unique powers, and they will change every single league. So this ascendancy will have new nodes every league, no matter what. So some leagues it'll probably be godly, and some leagues it'll probably be trash. In the end game, so this is probably the biggest change. And when I think I fully understood what Grinding Your Games was implementing here, I think this is actually much better. So the maps now only drop as tiers. So they don't have a name to the map. And so how that works is it seems to be actually the midpoint between how POE1 maps currently work and how POE2 works. So you start in the middle of your Atlas tree, and then you expand outward, and they have one of each map, Mesa, Dunes, whatever, all the different maps are somewhere located on that Atlas tree. So as you're playing, you just get map tier 1, map tier 4, map tier 15, whatever. And then you can just punch that into whichever map you currently want to run, assuming that you've reached the map that you want to run, in the fog of war. As you expand out and complete the whole Atlas, you can run whatever map that you want. So this should actually be in the perfect marriage of the two systems, Because what you used to have to do is, oh, if I want to run dunes all the time, then what I need to do is I need to find tier 16 dunes and favorite all the dunes and try to make T16 dunes maps drop all the time, and then I can run it. But now instead, you just get a bunch of T16s and you just punch them into the dunes node. And then with the new mechanic that they added, the little influences or the blobs, you can put blobs on your map, which are going to give you increased juice for those maps. And now, instead of having to find the right maps and hopefully within the blob, you can just click the maps in the blob and put the maps directly in there. So if I'm not explaining this very well, it'll probably make more sense as we go into there. But if my understanding of it is correct, and I watched it twice, I think this should be absolutely excellent. It seems like it'll be something that'll be very natural, like we'll get used to it after a little bit. I think this is much better than the POE1 system, and I also think it's much better than the POE2 system. So I'm really looking forward to it. With the new mechanic with the blobs that you place, it juices the maps in that area. And then when you clear them all, there's the option to go to a special vault to get some targeted rewards. And they also said that they have already thought of, I was thinking this when they were explaining it, and they said that they've already thought about the situation where people might want to just run their single favorite map over and over and over. And I believe that they said that there's an Atlas tree node that'll let you do that, that'll help you clear the blob while running your favorite maps. So they already thought of that, which is impressive. So yeah, it's listed right here. So they added tons of quality of life. Like if you plug a unique map, you don't have to find it on the tree. You can just instantly go plug it. Another thing that they said about unique maps is they put them all on the Atlas tree, but you only have to do 10 of them in total to complete the requirement for the Atlas points. So what that means is that there's a few unique maps out there. I think they said that there's 20 and you only have to do 10. Whichever half of the unique maps you hate the most, you technically never have to run them anymore, if I remember the numbers correctly. So that's good. They removed normal chisels. This is excellent. This was just busy work that essentially provided nothing. And they removed the map device powers. They said you're not going to lose any actual power. They'll build it back into the game naturally. So you do get the chisel power automatically as you complete your Atlas. And I think you even end up with more than you initially had in the beginning. Maven chisels still exist. They apply 20 quality for just using one, if I heard them correctly in the Q&A. Voidstones give global bonuses. T17 maps are removed. They dive into this more in the Q&A. Essentially, the function that they wanted T17 maps to serve was not working. A lot of the bad affixes in the game on maps have been removed. They removed the action speed penalty, for example, and the cannot deal damage at all penalty, for example, which people hated. They removed pedals. I despised this. I hated this. Might have been my most hated mechanic in Path of Exile. I'm so glad that it's gone, where you would like pick up pedals in T16.5 maps and then activate them for bonuses. It was terrible. There's new scarabs. Some of the ascendancy points have been buffed, and they reworked King's March shipping. And they did a lot of changes to King's March where they flipped the crop requirements for ore requirements, which actually should have a pretty big change because crops are literally you just assign the farmers and you pay gold, but ore you have to actually go farm in maps. So you actually have to play the game now more in theory to make King's March work. They added a bunch of new exceptional supports. The originator Voidstone allows these to drop, so you got to go get this to get the exceptional supports. It replaces the awakened supports, and all of them are transformative. So this has been the age-long gripe with Diablo 4, right? This is like one of the main problems that Diablo 4 is also trying to solve in their expansion, where the skill tree essentially just says 5 more attack speed or 10 more crit. That doesn't transform anything about what you're doing. Instead, it just increases a number slightly, and that's boring. Well, grinding your games felt the same way with, like, I don't know, what's an example? Awakened Brutality, where it just makes brutality have a higher number. So now all of the exceptional gems will always be transformative, do something different. And there's 40 new ones in the game, which is insane. The Keepers is going core. That was the update to the Breach League. Walls will now get destroyed by any damage because people hate the walls. And the hives and the walls are smaller in general, so it won't obstruct as much as the map. You can have passive points that help you further destroy walls, or there is even a way for you to block the walls entirely with the tree. You don't have to rebuild your tree every league, but they nerfed the tree significantly because it was way too powerful. We'll get into that later. You can have multiple breaches in one map. They added scarab supports, and they removed the graphs, but they moved some of their powers to exceptional supports. For quality of life, you can favorite trades now. So if you keep making the same exchanges, you can do it quickly. Divine orbs show you what can be changed. You can see full item descriptions and all the trades that you do in the little history list. Rituals will glow if you have unspent tribute. Shrines take priority over monsters that you click if you could never click that shrine in the middle of all the monsters. And they upgraded the campaign with tons of new secrets and side passages and chests. Okay, now the Q&A, I need to say this every time. This is my interpretation of the questions and their answers. It's not an exact transcription, so I can't even spell any of the words correctly in this sentence. This is my summary of the questions and answers. So they asked a million questions about ground loot, which is one of the biggest issues in the game. They essentially said they're working to fix it. They're going to put in immediate solutions that they can right now, but they realize it's a problem from many different angles. Originally, I was thinking most of the issue was the fact that ground loot can never really be good, which Ziggy D did a good job of kind of drilling into them about how rares can't be good because the breach tree, or there's so many different mechanics of crafting that it's very rare to get something good, so people just hide in their filter. But also, there appears to be a problem with just that the really good currencies don't ever drop, quote unquote, from the ground. They always come from some other mechanics as well. So what are they going to do? They're going to double the value of ground loot currency. That means that not more items will drop. It means they're going to take the weighting out of garbage stuff that most people hide in their loot filter and allocate it to currency, quote unquote, better than a chaos orb. Essentially, you should be seeing more divines and stuff like that. The memory strand loot, which is the mechanic from T16.5 maps to make stuff better. They're going to improve on that, and they're going to have the memory strands try to target better bases. Ancient and fracturing orbs are now in the global drop pool, which I wrote here, which may nerf harbingers, but we learned later they removed harbingers. So we'll get to that later. And they're doing more changes, and they might even do stuff mid-league as long as their changes mid-league won't screw players over. So they talked about monster scaling. Does there need to be more monster scaling in the game for more rewards? They agreed that there need to be chunkier options, but it's very hard to make monster scaling go up across the entire game versus in a specific mechanic. They also said there's a lot of the players that don't want to have to scale monsters so high to get good rewards. Are there plans to make more crazy and interesting drops? Yes, there needs to be more spiky drops, and they need to be varied. So when rares have loot currency or loot conversions, when they take all their drops and convert it all to maps or all to currency or all to something else, they want to look for more ways to make like memorable drops for you guys to create those moments you'll never forget. Do you actually think swapping the ore and the crops will matter? Yes, because you have to engage with the mechanic instead of just spending it with gold. Rare ground gear never matters because crafting is too strong. Had they ever thought about dropping fewer rares but making them better? My first thought when they asked this question is that's kind of like Diablo 2, right? In Diablo 2, you don't get that many rares. But for example, if you're doing a bail run and you find a rare circlet, the rare circlet might be like the best thing in the game, or like, I don't know, like a rare amulet or something. You don't see them that often, but when you see them, you pick them up and you're like, oh my God, this could be the one. They said it's tough to navigate. They thought about combining memory strand drops into a mega memory strand item and things like loot conversion. But they said at the end of the day, they can't drop 95th percentile items just straight off the bat. Otherwise, it would ruin the item progression of the game. Essentially, they said ideas like this are cool and they'll think about it, but it's a delicate thing to change. Has the breach tree been adjusted? Yes, and they said that it's been nerfed, but actually later on they told us what they changed, and we'll get into that in a second. Mirage League seems to synergize well with other league mechanics. Was that intended? And what he means by that is, again, when you do the Mirage League mechanic, it can change it and give you different rewards. Very much so. They gave another example. Mirage Delirium will drop currencies that allow you to move cluster jewel affixes onto other cluster jewel bases if they are the same size, if I heard them correctly. So crafting your cluster jewels in the end game is usually like one of the last things that you do. It's like a super power spike. I remember like sitting in my town, like crafting these end game, like 80 divine cluster jewels. But now apparently you can take one of the main affixes and then move it to another cluster jewel, which is like another huge level of juicing. So I'm expecting there to be like mirror quality, almost cluster jewels from that change. And that's just all that they told us that's changing from Delirium and whatever other mechanic that they described earlier. What happens to all the other mechanics? I have no idea. Is Trial of the Ancestors coming back? I actually didn't even know what this was. I didn't play the game when this came out. It's like an auto battler that people apparently really liked. They said they'd like to bring it back. It's currently on their list of things to do. Are there plans to shake up the early game, like playing with rolling magma, which is a very common starting skill that I would assume a lot of people hate? It's very, very powerful, but it sucks to use. They're aware and they want to shake up the early game meta. Do you feel that transfigured gems hit the mark for PoE? They said yes, they want to have a transfigured gem for every skill in the game eventually. Do you feel that cold skills are behind the other archetypes? They discussed it for a while and they seem to generally agree that yes, it is. Harbingers removed, but hopefully they will come back better later on. The uniques have also been added to the global drop pool. I mean, I really like to do Harbingers. I love the little blue guys and how they multiply. The thing I hate about Harbingers the most is picking up all the loot, which was actually a question asked later. Why did you keep the breach walls at all? Because they want the mechanics to have a different feel to them, and there are some people who like the walls. I don't think this is true. I don't think there is anybody who likes the walls, but we'll give Mark the benefit of the doubt. I don't think anybody actually likes the walls. How has the breach tree changed? It can no longer make weapons or quivers. That's a big nerf. So we're back to recombinating our weapons. The six link rate has been brought down. Apparently, yeah. So it's what is it? They re-rolled 150 times. So it's like 1 in 10 of the armors had a 6 link last league. And they just said there's also some overall balance passes. So no more weapons, no more quivers, 6 link rate. It's going to be more rare. And they made some other balancing changes. Any changes to the Hive Fortress? And one thing that Ziggy, I think, kind of asked in his question, the biggest problem with the Hive Fortress for me is that it's boring. That's that big sky castle. You go to the middle, there's 24 waves, and you sit there and you win every time. I don't think I've ever lost one ever. And then you walk out and you get your loot. And the thing I was hoping for is a way to spice it up. But they said, well, you can juice it now with the Atlas tree and the scarabs. but nothing beyond that. So it sounds like it's still going to be very boring. What was the inspiration behind bringing back the little blobs? They said they wanted to introduce juicing, and there's strategy on how you interact with them. So if you have a big blob of maps and you run the middle map, it will divide it in two and make one of them disappear. So that essentially lets you make a strategic choice. Either you can run every single map in the blob for more juicing, or you can try to divide it in half and get through it as fast as possible to go for the vault at the end of it. So it has a definite beginning and an end. There's not a lot of micromanaging. There's a little bit of strategy to it, but it's nothing crazy. That was what they were thinking. Why did you remove the T17s? People didn't want to run a few layouts for the end game, but really only one or two of them was better than the other T17 maps, so it really like limited the end game. They put nightmare maps on the edge of the atlas, so most of the juicing will come in the middle from the other maps. But if you want to rush to the end now and just go for the bosses, then you can fight the pinnacle uber bosses in the same manner as before. Do the reliquary and unique powers stack with other uniques? And they said, in general, if it seems like it should stack, it will. And if it doesn't, it's an error on their part. Ziggy D asked was, can we have Diablo's vacuum pickup? But he made sure not to say any of those words. And the answer was essentially no. And then the final question was, can we have the currencies stacked together so we stop clicking so many times? And they said they'd be willing to have a meeting about it, but the answer is probably no. Okay, well, in general, my opinion of this is very, very favorable. The thing that I like the most, if I understand it correctly, is the change to the Atlas system and how we're going to be moving through the maps. I was a little anxious when I saw that they were changing their endgame system because I thought POE1's endgame system was the best of any ARPG. But I actually think if it works the way that I interpreted it, I think it will actually be better, which is incredible. I think the blobs are going to be fun the way that they introduced it. You can interact with them or not. It's up to you. We'll definitely try everything. We'll definitely make a holy archetype, all that kind of stuff. In general, as per usual, I'm pretty impressed. And another thing I think is important is a lot of people keep saying or have the conspiracy theory that grinding your games just doesn't give a shit about POE1 anymore. They're not going to make any significant changes to the game. They're going to let it die in favor of POE2. Everything about this presentation does not indicate anything like that to me whatsoever. Another thing that Mark said while he was talking to Octavian on the couch is when they were talking about making different changes that they wanted to make in the future, he just openly said if the POE1 team feels like they don't have enough resources, they will just hire more people to get these ideas done. So that is a direct statement made in the public saying that they're not going to let this game die. So I'm very happy with this. I think the league is going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see the crazy Mirage stuff and the new crazy cluster jewels and how the blob stuff works. And I'm interested to see, I'll probably make the breach tree and see if it's complete garbage or if it's still printing really good stuff. Overall, I'm a pretty happy camper. I'm pretty happy. You know, I wonder if POE, since this idea of the tree, it definitely moves a little bit toward what Path of Exile 2 is doing. I wonder if Path of Exile 2's endgame update will move toward the POE1 thing that they just announced. I wonder if this is maybe not the exact same thing, but it is it should be pretty good. Okay. Guys, I want to thank you so much for being here. I love you guys. Appreciate you, except for the 3 or 4 people I banned. I hate you guys. I hope they never come back. But the rest of you, love you guys. I'm going to purposely not read the patch notes today. That way I have something juicy to do all day tomorrow. So I'm purposely not going to read them. We'll do it all day tomorrow. Did you get banned? No, I can see your message. You would know if you get banned on Twitch. You can't watch the stream anymore. It blocks you. You can't talk and you can't even see the stream. So let's raid somebody. If Gazzy's on, let's raid Gazzy. I owed Gazzy some raids. Yeah, he's on. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Tomorrow we'll do the patch notes, and it's going to be great. I'm very happy. I love POE1. I think it's the best ARPG right now. So we're going to have some fun. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I did that correctly. I mean, I'm really dialed in. I'm listening, but I'm also trying to write what they say in a short manner and try to get it correct and understand all the theory crafting and mechanics and the changes in the leagues. It's actually not so easy. Like, it's very easy to listen to something and just write down what they say. It's not so easy to do it for POE1 and try to understand the mechanics and the implications of those changes and how they would actually change something, and then write it down, but write it down in a few words, and then also re-articulate it 2 or 3 hours later from just reading a few words. It's actually like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm just not smart enough to do this. I think I'm too much of a dumbass to do this. Like, there's steam coming out of my ears right now, but you can't see it because I have a hoodie on, thank God. Anyway, dumbass reads the patch notes tomorrow, aka me. Thank you guys. Let's go hang out with Gazzy. Good night.